Oh, sorry. Good morning. That's very loud. KP, thank you for the sub. Thank you for your prime. Welcome in. Hi, how are you doing? Good morning. Um, I mean, I wasn't actually too late, right? Right? My laptop is dying though. That's unfortunate. How are we doing? I'm a bit chaotic. I kind of stay outside too long. I've been pulling weeds and stuff every morning, a little bit at a time, but I got a bit carried away. I was listening to a Morbid podcast and it was a bit too exciting. I'm sorry. Okay, there's Toulouse. How are we doing today? Good morning, Erin. Can you join? Do you need to make... I know. I'm going to think about it this weekend, all right? Tus is already excited for Spanx. Turn on candles. Oh, I need to clean them. There's so much hair in there. You can do it. You did it yesterday as well. Do you need my help? Come here. There you go. Oh, actually go. Okay, go get some rest. And what do you say? What do you say in English when someone goes to work? We say what do we say? I just have fun. I hope you have fun at least, and be careful out there. Thank you for popping in. I hope you're doing okay. Please don't eat. Please don't eat the flowers. And phone calls again. Oh my gosh. I don't know how you do it. I am terrified of phone calls. Okay. Cozy. Done. Music. Not too loud. I don't know. What time is it over there? It must be so late. Go to bed. Go get rest. Oh my God. I started the Maidens yesterday. I'm a bit worried. I'm a bit worried. Hi, Topi. Good morning. How are you doing? I drank an energy drink before bed and fixed my sleep schedule. No, not even that tired. Oh, really? Interesting. I don't know how that makes sense. You drank an energy drink before bed and fixed your sleep schedule. How? Please explain, Topi. What are you doing? Good night, Kippy. It's after 1 a.m. Go rest. I would like to sing you a good night song, but my voice is not warmed up, so that would only keep you awake or cause nightmares. So I won't do that. Yeah. Speaking of nightmares, I started the Maidens yesterday evening. Finally finished. Uh, I keep saying the lonely castle in the mirror. I keep saying in the sky. I don't know why. I think maybe because of the other book. There are rivers in the sky. I think that's why. But it's lonely castle in the mirror, and I sobbed. During stream, I already realized something, and I was right. It turned out that the thing was true that I had figured out. It's not that it was a surprise, but the way it was brought and how it all suddenly tied together, it was really. Well, I mean, I'm in the ovulation phase of my cycle, so I was on painkillers and a bit wobbly already. But actually, I mean, I don't know if I even want to show you. I looked back later because I thought, wait, this was really intense. Out of nowhere, I just broke down, and I looked at my cameras, and yeah, it was ugly. It was really ugly. Uh, I don't think I can show you. I would dox myself because I think no, I don't think I could. But yeah, the Lonely Castle in the Mirror. I haven't looked at the reviews yet. Usually, after I finish a book, I look at the reviews, the worst and the best, because I want to know what people loved and what people didn't love. And usually, not always, but usually, I notice that the people who give 1 stars either didn't understand the tone of voice or were emotionally triggered by something and thus either DNF'd or just didn't like the book. I feel like a lot of 1 star, 2 star reviews are really based on emotion and not really on the content itself, but more their response to it. Um, and I can see, I'll have a look. Actually, I'll open it up. Um, Goodreads. I can see maybe why people would not like Lonely Castle in a Mirror because I seem to remember, I'm not sure which YouTuber read it, which caused me to put it on my TBR. But I keep thinking it was scary, but I'm not sure. I could try to find it, but let me see. Usually, when I pick up a book and it's from my TBR, I'm assuming that I have good reasons to have wanted to read it the moment I put it on my TBR. And I really don't look at what the book is about, either online or on the back of the book. I just dive into it. And I've been thinking about that a little bit lately. What I mean, when I'm reading a classic and there's an introduction, I usually get spoiled, which is that's fine because it's a classic. And unfortunately, those books were often more complicated than they are at the moment. Um, Not necessarily because there's words and jargon in there sometimes that we just don't use anymore, but it's just the composition of texts was just a little bit more complicated, I feel like, back then. Um, but like when I'm going into a book like Lonely Castle in the Mirror, that's not. I mean, it could be a classic in 50 years, but it's not right now. So I had no clue what it was about. Just a vague idea. Um, I can't see that here. This is the wrong account. So Lonely Castle in the Mirror has a 4.24. Okay, so it's not surprising. Most people give it a 5 star. Only 214 out of the almost 37,000 felt it was bad. Let me see. Yeah, okay. So the first 1 star review, this is interesting. I really couldn't get a grip on any of the characters either. None of them are particularly endearing or relatable. So there's a very specific kind of humor and um, behavior really in this book. I don't know. Can I maybe deduce where they're from? Soren Briarwood. I'm assuming they're not Japanese. So Lonely Castle in the Mirror is a Japanese, yeah, UK. They're from the UK. Is a Japanese translation. Is translated from Japanese. So it is Japanese. The characters are the way they speak. As I mentioned, I think yesterday or maybe Sunday, the cadence of literature from different corners of the world is if you're sensitive to it and open to it, beautiful. There's a huge difference between Russian literature and Japanese literature. For one, the sentences are a little bit more concise, and I think that is because the characters, that's the word I was looking for recently. I think it's kanji still in Japan, but I'm not sure. The characters, the separate characters that form their names, which is also something that comes back in Lonely Castle in a Mirror. Someone might be called, what is the main protagonist, Kokoro. Her name is Kokoro, but it means heart in Japanese. The signs, the characters. If she has to write her name, that you know what I mean. So I think we English-speaking people lose. I'm just going to throw out a number. Say half of the story, because the characters with which the story was originally written may not have been translated correctly, if even noticed at all. And this first review goes into the characters, and that's something I noticed. And I had to giggle because I didn't recognize it either. If you're familiar with manga and anime, you'll probably recognize the way these people treat each other. But if you're not, if you don't understand the way people banter, especially young people banter in Japan or in Japanese culture at least, then you might think that these people are not likable. I love them, all of them. Some of them, it took a few chapters to understand where they were coming from because I'm not Japanese. I have to consciously put an effort to understand these characters. But that's one of the reasons I love reading translations, because it is an extra challenge to not only understand the story, but what is between the lines, where the writer is coming from, the situation that these characters have grown up in. And if you are not able to understand that you're reading something that was grown from a different culture, you might not like this book and give it a 1 star. That's so, like, it sounds like they're being mean to each other. I'm sure you understand what I'm talking about. I'm sure there's some viewers right now that are familiar with manga and stuff. And it's not mean. It's just the way they talk. It's like how some women call each other, bitch, but in a different flavor. So that's interesting that the first review is saying that. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm here now. What's happening, Topi? What's happening? Talk to me. Good morning, Wisdom. Are you okay? You're allowed to be not okay. You know that, right? You don't have to word barf or anything, but it's okay to not be okay. Let me see. What else did they say? Hmm? Why did this person delete half of the review? All right, that's weird. It does go into mental health issues, but mm, mm, I wonder. It's more about miscommunication, I feel like, and how most of the time people are thinking about themselves. They're worried about what other people think of themselves, and are really not thinking about you, which is a big theme that comes into play. Oh yeah, I feel like a lot of people who give it a 1 star are not really grasping the fact that it is a translation, and there is such beauty in the difference of use of language. Interesting. I would advise you to also read reviews after you've picked up a book, and then look at the best and the worst, because it will help you understand how you feel about a book, without having to dig and try to make sense of it. You will just be, nudged into the right direction, either agreeing or disagreeing with what you're reading about the book. As usual, I gave it a 5 stars. I give everything 5 stars unless there is a moral reason not to. There's no reason not to give it a 5 stars, and so I did. Um, I'm not sure about this, so we're going to see today. I am going to be reading one of the book club picks. I decided to read the Maidens because it was already broken in. I accidentally bought it secondhand. Didn't intend to, but I don't know what happened. So I didn't feel about. I haven't made the reel of my reading goal of physical books yet. I plan to do that after stream. I wanted to do it this morning, but I got distracted already with flowers and bees. Oh, I'm actually fine. Okay, okay, I won't bully you, but get yourself a blanket and a nice cozy drink. And what are you gonna do today? Are you just gonna hang and chill and breathe, or are you maybe picking up a book as well? Oh no! Did you just die? Why? Don't die. I don't think I have batteries. I didn't go outside yesterday. I couldn't. I was a shrimp. I love that, Erin. I'm going to say that from now on, so I don't have to, because I feel, you know what it is with a chronic illness. At some point, I get sick of myself saying that I'm sick and in pain. I get it. It's chronic. I get it. So I can only imagine what it must be like for other people that I'm constantly talking about my stupid broken uterus. I know. It annoys me too. So from now on, I'm going to try to remember that I'm going to use the word shrimp. Like I'm shrimping. And if I do that enough, probably with a little bit of explanation in the beginning, hold on, I might add that to the endo command. I hope that at some point people will start understanding that when I'm saying I'm shrimping, and that means that I am in physical pain and I'm doing my best. Wait. I want to add that to the aliases. I'm thinking, should I? Because the thing about this one, I have a few more minutes. In about 4 minutes, we're going into a sprint, people. So get ready, get your homework, which does include self-care things, by the way. We're going into a sprint. I will mute myself, and I think I'm just gonna go right back into it. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Make some tea. And or no, maybe I'm gonna look at reviews. Okay, I'll tell you what's happening. I don't like the descriptors of the main female protagonist in this book. Oh, I didn't put in stickies. Hold on, I'll have to do that later. So it kind of starts out. There's a few things, like within the first 50 pages. One is that he seems to be putting a causation, and if not a correlation, between trauma and intellect. Something along the lines of, despite being traumatized, he is still very intelligent. And I was like, huh? Am I reading this right? Maybe I'm not reading it right. But please understand, I want this to be good. I love this author. I love their debut. So I want this to be good. And that was like, what the hell? And the way people who are shy and bookish are described is also like, what is wrong with that? It's implied that that is not okay. It's implied that that means their life isn't fulfilled, because she in the beginning they go back into history. Like she had school. She managed to go to the UK from Cyprus, and basically living her dream, because she wanted to study in the UK, but she doesn't have her dream guy. She doesn't have her hero yet. So she's sad. What do you mean? That would be great as an addition, but what do you mean she isn't? She's feeling incomplete. She's living the life. And I get the point, I guess, but the way it's written was really giving me the ick. That's just a few things that I should write them better. I was very upset about it. I should have put sticky notes in it. But yeah, that was weird. So I don't know how I feel about this yet. I'm like 50 pages in. Not yet. But the way he's describing the female is just not going great, I'm afraid. Hi, Ux. You know what? You know what? You're in the corner. What do you... Ox just called me bunny poop. I will not. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Hope you're doing okay. Go get some water and drink. Okay. What the hell? Why would you call me rabbit poop? That's not cute. No. Let's go. We're going into a sprint anyway. So you go focus. Okay? Go do your homework. I don't know how to make it any less. You can come out in a little bit if Aaron feels like it. Otherwise, we're go. Oh wait, I'm too early. I mean, it's pretty much 29. Anyway, I hope I'm not gonna get upset. But I'll let you know. You're gonna experience it with me. Let's get to it. Ew! No, explaining his behavior. Stop it, wisdom. No, I don't. Let's go. 30 minutes. It's Tuesday. It's time to read for me. And yeah, I'm gonna do just that. Good luck. I'll see you in a bit. Last minute. Well then, that was the sprint. Are you ready? Because after this we're going into a power hour. Maybe even two. We'll have to see how I do with light. Taking a 10-minute break before that though. How did it go? How are we doing? Hi Gnarly. Ox! What do you mean she's getting chunky? Actually, she's lost a little bit of weight. So I'm a bit offended for her. No, actually, I would be upset if she had the physique of Winston. She's perfect, right, Tusha? You have anything to add? No? Oh. Oh no. Hold on. Don't do that. Okay, she's okay. Almost knocked everything over. Was it your revenge? Oh, she's so cute. Wait, come here. Come here. Okay, you want to say it? Like, so everyone can hear? I don't think she does it when I have her in her. What do you have to say for yourself? Huh? Okay. There you go. There you go. And final spank? There you go. Go bully your brother or something. Go take revenge. I asked her if I was allowed to focus in the coming power hour because I really do. I'm confused about this and I need I need answers. Not about the plot, but just the writing. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure. I promise. I really want this to be good. I want this to be another author to look forward to keep track of. You know, to be able to fall back on in times of reading slumps. But it didn't start out well. Um, like she wants no, she finds her hero in her 20s, I guess. She meets him during college. Um, and he desperately wants a family and pushes her on it quite a bit. But she kind of wants to live first. So it's like by the time they actually start. Sorry, it's a bit loud today. I don't know. When they finally started trying, it's not as easy as they were expecting it to be, and she actually goes into. So he wants a family, right? Like more than the main character, but when it turns out that it's a bit harder to get pregnant at some point. Some specialist tells them to go on a vacation because sometimes when you're having trouble conceiving, it's because the woman especially puts a lot of pressure on themselves, and that stress is counterproductive. You need to feel safe. Your body needs to know that it's safe to bring a child into the world, to be able to even get a grip on a pregnancy. So the suggestion is to take a vacation, and the truth was she was selfishly consumed with her own worries that summer about having a child. And so she bullied Sebastian into taking 2 weeks off in August for a trip to Greece. There's so much wrong with this. Is it just me? Or are we kind of forgetting that, for one, they both want it at this point, hopefully, but as far as we know, because she hasn't actually spoken up about wanting a family that bad, it was Sebastian. How is she selfish for wanting to follow the doctor's advice so they can start a family? What do you mean? What do you mean she had to bully him into taking 2 weeks off? What is happening? So, there's a few things that already, and this was on page 45 actually, where I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if I like, and I don't remember this from the silent patient at all. So, I don't know. Hi, 40, how are you doing? Might be my spirit animal. What, Toos? She's everyone's spirit animal. Don't you see? She is like the embodiment of enlightenment. So she should be everyone's spirit animal. I lost where I was. Hold on. Yeah, here. Hi Garfield. Good morning. How are we doing? Oh no, I'm really getting a bit upset about this. Let me see about the. Oh no, that reminds me of something else. Oh no. Oh, give me a moment. A detail of this is also, so this is a kind of dark academia supposedly, right? At least that's what I remember reading in the Goodreads. Oh, and it's gone. It's gone. A charitable reading is the character has internalized misogyny, and the thing is, it's written by a guy, So that's, I'm trying so hard not to be upset about this. I'm trying to, hold back on emotions, because maybe this is it, exactly like you're saying, that there's internalized misogyny. But then that would mean that it has, the way it's written implies that it's the narrator and not the character. It's the way it's written. If it had been written from her, through her, if these concepts were or these emotions were told through her thoughts and through her experience, that would be something else. But it's written solely through the narrator, and she isn't actually the narrator. It's third person, I think, is what it's called. So add to that it's written by a guy. I'm having a lot of trouble holding back on how I feel about but I'm barely in here. Maybe it will make sense, but let me just look at it has a 3.62 on Goodreads. Most people gave it a 4 or 3 stars, then a 5-star. This is a very long one. Hold on, I can't summarize this. Wow, this person wrote a whole book themselves. Oh yeah, that's also something. There's a lot of talk about. I mean, that was also a theme in the silent page, and a lot of talk about psychology and stuff. I felt very called out at the beginning, on page 7 or something. What was that? I felt so called out. Wait, it was the first tab, I think. Years later, in therapy, she came to understand that the playground was simply a macrocosm of the family unit, meaning her uneasiness was less about the here and now, less about the playground itself or the marker in Athens or any other group in which she might find herself, because she supposedly, from Athens, and more to do with the family in which you grew up and the lonely house you grew up in. I was like, okay, well, that was uncalled for. Can we get a few chapters in before we start throwing around these heavy things? Because that's not what I'm here for. Yet, I don't know. Um, excuse you? I think I said hello, 40. I don't know, but maybe you should look at the pod if you missed it. But I'm pretty sure I said hello. I assumed the writer was a Roman for some reason. I am trying to. I mean, it could be Alex. It could be a female name, but no, it's a guy. It's a guy, and oh God, high reflection. I am reading the Maidens. It is one of the book club picks of this month. We have a book club, and each month I pull two books from the viewer submissions, and this is one of them. And it's from an author that I was very excited about because he wrote *The Silent Patient*, which was incredible to me. But this is sounding a lot. This is so. There's a lot of things wrong here, but yeah, I'll let you know how it goes. We're going into a power hour though, so I'm going to mute myself, and that means you can turn on your own music. The point of the power hour is to try and practice flow. The reason I mute myself is because of what is happening right now, and the cats are going crazy. Yes, I'm going to mute myself. You can turn on your own music, or maybe you like silence a little bit more. This way, you don't have to listen to my choice of music, and we can try to focus. It's a practice. Can we? Hello? Please stop it, Winston. What is happening? Give me 2 minutes. It's a practice, so a full hour is almost impossible. um, just try to get back to it. It's hard to focus, especially a long period of time, which is why I like to practice while reading. Reading is one of the best ways to sharpen your focus. So if you don't know what to do, try to pick up a book. I'm gonna mute myself now. I'm gonna shut up. I'll probably have to do something about the cats in a little bit, but I'll be here, and I've got you. Good luck. I'll see you in a bit. Last moments. All right. I don't know. I'm so not happy about this. How did it go? We're taking a break and then we're doing another power hour, people. I am failing miserably at my focus practice today, and not because I don't want to, but sometimes the external world around you will do anything and everything to sabotage you. And today, Winston is really at it again. To lose 1x banks, fact of life. I cannot change it. But lately, Winston has been really good during stream, or at least reasonably good compared to, in the beginning when he was a baby. But today he's really feisty. I don't know why. Oh, actually, I do. I do. He was, the Void Kitty was following us again, and he didn't notice for at least, I think, 15, 20 minutes, probably. It was a long time, and he was a bit offended at the moment he realized that the kitty had been staring at Winston when Winston was being a bit silly and catching grasshoppers. So yeah, he's been, maybe that's it. Maybe he's lashing out at us for that reason. But I can't really deal. I'm having a lot of trouble with this book. I have to say. I'm gonna have a quick look at Goodreads again and let you know everything else. Hi, Chandu. Police officer dress. What do you mean? No, we wear black in the Netherlands as a uniform, I think. I'm not sure. I don't go outside, and I don't really get into contact with the police very often. But hold on. Hello, Skrellick. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good day. You reminded me that I have two people to welcome. I completely forgot. I'm so sorry. Hello, Omega Darkster and Terrence James. Thank you so much for the follows. I apologize to Omega. I saw you. I just kept forgetting to tell that I saw you. Welcome. I hope you're having a good day. And hi, Riku. How are you today? Military, yeah, absolutely. I would be a general or something. I know. No, this makes me think of Bob Ross, actually. I wouldn't mind following in his footsteps, I think. I'm not sure, actually. Maybe they're just the bigger points, not the literal sense, because he ended up being Bob Ross. I wouldn't mind ending up becoming Bob Ross, hair included. I wouldn't mind at all. So, about this book, I am reading The Maidens by Alex Michaelides. This is one of our book club picks for this month. We have a little book club. You can submit books if you want through Cherry Points. From this year onwards, we also have a spooky and holiday specific thingy you can submit your books to. Please do, because I'm looking for more spooky books. We're doing the raffle for October coming Sunday. So you better get to it. Otherwise, you'll have to wait a whole year before you might have a chance that we are going to read your book of choice. We pull the books a month ahead, so you can get your hands on them, or maybe start already, because sometimes we have a bit of a dense collection of books. Last month we had How We Die and Terminal. How We Die was submitted by Ox, by the way. And both were really great, but if you're not me and don't, read hours and hours a day, Journal would have taken a lot longer, and How We Die, I would recommend a book about dying, a non-fiction book about dying. Just not force yourself through that in a short amount of time. I read both books that we pull from the submissions, but you can, if you want to, join us with one or both or none. You don't have to. I would just love it if you joined us and maybe contribute to the conversations just in general. You don't have to have read the book to be able to talk along with certain subjects, I feel like. But yeah, Shake, hi, hello. I'm so sorry. I did see you as well. How are you doing? Today, nothing. I don't know what that means. I'm upset about this book. I was so looking forward to it because I did read The Silent Patient, which was the debut of Michaelides. I hope I'm saying his name right, by the way, because I have no clue. Um, which is last year, and I loved it. I mean, it was. I didn't get it for a long time, but then the last bit of it, when everything comes together, it was amazing. And I was really looking forward to another book by this author. But at this moment, I am not okay about it, like at all. It's unrealistic. There's some harmful things being perpetuated. I mean, incompetent police. That yes, that's the thing. But also, this is just beyond reason. Like, you don't get arrested immediately unless there is very certain proof, right? If there's been a murder, especially, you're not gonna arrest anyone unless you have certain proof that this person is guilty. Otherwise, you could ruin the entire case. So the fact that someone gets like arrested without proof, or even like what is the other one? Circumstantial proof, no witnesses, nothing, and it's even stated in here. And I'm like, wait, why? Why are you? This is such a weird cliche, I guess, because yes, in most cases, especially in this case that is in this book, the girl is quite brutally murdered, and uh, especially her face has been attacked, which does imply um, that it's personal, and that the person hates the one who did it hates the person who died. Generally speaking, there's just psychology behind it. But just because it's a cliche that it's someone that is known, usually the spouse, boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, doesn't mean you get to arrest someone just based on that. It does. Oh my god. So I'm, and then the person that you know from the beginning is sort of the one to be um, suspicious about, which I mean, it's in the back and everything, and just in the what the book is about on Goodreads. That guy is Ted Bundy, including his entourage of women in white dresses, which is very uncomfortable. I am wearing a white dress. So I want to put on something different. What is this? I don't like it. Oh no. I'm trying so hard. I'm still holding on to. I want to like this. I want to like this. I like this author. Great first book. Please, please let this make sense. Please have this as on purpose. I don't want it to be a bad book. Please help me. So sorry. Thank you for the hydrate shake. I need it. The ladder, Topi. I also have a new hat. I'm sorry for the rant. I don't. If I hadn't been looking forward to this so much, I probably wouldn't have been this upset about it. But I'm really truly upset about these things. It doesn't make sense. Wait, what else did I write down? Yeah. Also, this is just a detail, but and it is in the front of my mind because I just reread the Secret History. But there's two characters. In here, one is Henry and one is Julian, and those are two males from the Secret History. So, what? Choose a different name. Because a lot of this is already feeling a lot like the Secret History. Um, that they're referencing to Byron, and what else does he say? Something I don't know. I'm not a fan. Sorry. The clothing looks like you're a police officer and just came from duty for jeez. The clo. Oh, okay. Where you're from? Because over here we don't wear this. The police doesn't wear this. They wear black, uh, like completely, right? No white, for sure. No white. No, like black with neon yellow stripes and lettering. So I don't know. Um, yeah, we're gonna do it anyway. We're going to into another power hour. The point of it is to try and practice flow. In other words, to try and get into the zone. It's a practice, so don't worry if you fail just as much as I am today. It's a practice. Just get back to it. Have a sip of water, have a stretch, and try again. And you'll find out that the more you practice, the longer you'll be able to focus. So let's get to it. All right? Mad archaeologist vibes. Yes, I love it actually, and it's useful as well. But I don't mind. I don't mind that. Military, I don't know. I don't think I wouldn't be good. I would rebel. I probably shouldn't say that. I'm gonna shut up. I'll see you in a bit. Last minute. Sorry, I have to pee. Welcome back. How are we doing? I'm sad and disappointed to the point that I'm giving myself a headache. Please not give yourself a headache. I mean, I'm talking to myself in this case because I I just got out of a migraine. Please, I'm not okay. I'm not okay. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, no, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Um, like she's clearly being stalked by one of her clients or patients, and he just called her to ask her why she's not home. Or no, she called him to cancel the appointment, and he is behaving wrong. First off, but he's a patient, so that's to be expected. But her response is really, really off. I'm no psychologist, but I don't think she was supposed to respond to that like that. But then he says that why aren't you home? And there has already been a scene before this, so we know that Henry is going to be a problem. In fact, the first time Henry is mentioned, because he is a character in The Secret History. I immediately said Henry is going to be trouble. Henry's always trouble when it comes to dark academia. And yes, here he is asking his psychiatrist or therapist or whatever she is why she's not home. So clearly he's not okay. He is not okay. That entire conversation is off. Aren't there protocols? uh, if this is happening, I'm pretty sure you're supposed to trigger some kind of protocol in this case. At the very least, call the police. She's just like, yeah, that was uncomfortable and moves along, I guess. I don't know what's happening. What is happening? Isn't he a psychologist? Hold on. Let me Google it real quick. Hello, Junji. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. How are you doing today? Oh, and I'm trying so hard. I'm trying so hard to be like, you know what? I'll forgive the page before this. It's gonna be better. It's gonna get. It's just getting worse. I seem to remember reading somewhere. Yeah, he studied psychotherapy for 3 years and worked for 2 years at Northgate Clinic Adolescent. Why can't I pronounce that word? Unit, a mental health service for adolescents experiencing complex mental illness. This work provided material inspiration for his material for the silent patient. Ooh, that's also not. I don't know how I feel. Inspiration is one thing, but material? See, I'm giving myself a headache. I'm giving myself a headache with this. Why? Oh man, no. This is why I haven't really made progress. I don't know how you did today, but the focus was very unfortunate today. It was pretty much non-existent, and while partly to be blamed are my two cats, that is not the entire story. Most of it is really just this writing. And I'm not even putting tabs in every note that I'm making because that would be insane. Um, and something just happened that is easily checked. He's trying to make everyone a suspect. but in a very silly, unpracticed way. Oh no. Like it's the classic show don't tell, right? But if everyone is suspicious, it loses its entire meaning. Oh my god. I'm gonna do my best to fly through this. My play by play of this is a bit dramatic. I'm so sorry. I will publish it on Patreon and on Discord for free, of course, the moment I am done, so you can actually see what I wrote down. Um, I really hope it's not going where I think it's going, because if it is going where I think it's going, he's pretty much ripping off the secret history in its entirety, pretty much, with a few details changed here and there. But my God, I am so happy. I'm so happy with this book, Wisdom. How are you doing? Oh no, this is so upsetting. Trying to knives out it unsuccessfully. Oh, wait, Swash, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, welcome. And I haven't seen that. Should I watch it? Or try to watch it? I'm not good at watching things. I don't have the patience. I read books. I don't watch things. It's the hands. I need to do something with my hands. And did I say welcome to Genji? I don't think so. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. I'm clearly very upset about this book. If you missed it, I was looking forward to this. I loved the debut of this author, but really from the first page, well, that's maybe a. It even starts the same as the secret history. Oh. It's Jeff Bezos' money, but don't thank him. Yes, you should watch Knives Out and Glass Onion. I have heard, is this with Selena Gomez? I have read about that and wrote about it even a few years ago. I think. If it's what I think it is. Let me see. Let me go back to the. Why so incredibly loud today? Maybe the wind is good? Oh, okay, well, hold on. Toulouse is going berserk. What is happening today? Like, seriously. Someone's review is like, no thriller novel has a right to be this boring. I enjoyed The Silent Patient. God knows what happened with this book though. This is exactly how I feel. Thank you, Wisdom. Go take care of the kitten. Go have fun, because clearly I'm not. Oh, you're right, Swash. That's only Murders in the Building. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Wait, why do I know Knives Out? It does sound familiar. I don't watch TV or anything, so it's weird for me to recognize things generally. Ryan Johnson. Okay. Oh, I didn't know that. I don't think I knew that. I don't know why it sounds familiar. Hmm. Hi, Bowden. Ended up here from ex-viewers also watch this. So what do we do here? Oh, I thought you meant the app. Like what? What do we do here? Well, today is Tuesday, my favorite day of the week, during which I read. On weekdays, we are trying very hard to be productive. It's a sort of co-working stream. Monday, Wednesday, I reside together with you guys in the co-working space. Today we're in writing and reading, and on Sundays we just chat. Either we talk about book clubs, book club books, or just whatever it is that happened during the week. So a little bit of a lot actually, but I don't know. Do you read? Is that why you ended up here? Maybe. Yeah, actually, it's mostly a distraction channel. Really, Alex is right. Cats who get spanked, me going insane because of the books are disappointing. Uh, but I do get more done than you might expect. just a little bit of life. Yeah, we're just doing whatever it is that we need to do. I try to motivate you to read, clearly, because that's really the love of my life, I guess, books. But you can do anything. We do focus sprints, power hours, during which I am muted, and you are encouraged to do your own thing, or just to stay in chat, keep each other company. Um, I just do my best not to go insane most days. Yeah. I am productive. What you are doing, I don't know. But your company is really delightful, and it does keep me accountable at the very least. So, for me, it's productive. No, when Ox is in the office, it's trouble. No, that's not true. Don't talk yourself down. You're good at walking the line, but you're productive, Ox. Don't talk yourself down. Lunch break. Oh, I need to eat as well. I don't know what yet. I was planning on going to do groceries because I didn't go out yesterday. I was not able to, and it wasn't necessarily, you know, end of the world. A little bit, but not necessarily. Uh, and I was going today. I feel my stomach is under control. So the silver lining of a massive endometriosis attack that is in combination with migraine is that the first few, well, days at the very least, and sometimes even a week or two, any pain that comes after a massive episode is kind of like, I can deal with this. I've been through worse. I couldn't open my eyes 4 days ago, so I'm fine. I'm fine. It's okay. But the sun is bothering me. It wasn't supposed to be sunny. I am still a little bit not happy with light. I'm not sure what's happening with that. It's kind of bad this year, but I don't think I want to go outside as long as the sun is shining. My productivity hasn't quite recovered after the summer vacation. Oh, but you'll be fine. You'll get back into it. It takes a moment to get into the habit of being productive in whatever sense that it may be, whether it's school or work. It takes a moment to adjust. That's why when you take a vacation, it takes a little bit to actually settle into your free time, don't you think? That's the case with me, at least. What am I eating for lunch? I don't know yet. Probably just some porridge. I think it's going to be porridge. More productive, but I don't think it could be labeled as probably productive. It's a mix. It's a balance. I like to think of it as, just balance. That's the word. Um, you need breaks. You need breaks. The power hour is just so that in case you are actually getting into a flow. If I'm reading a good book, I can easily just sit for an hour without moving, ignoring my bladder. But this is not a good book. This is not a good book. Vampire Cherry confirmed. Yes, this is true. I hate sun. I'm sorry. It's not my friend. I think productivity is like happiness. You need to experience unproductive or bad stuff to know productive or good stuff. Yeah. You need a little bit of darkness to see the light. That actually sounds good, but I promised myself to get rid of some of my pasta. Oh, I want pasta actually, but I still have rice from yesterday, which I'll be eating tonight, leftovers. I think I'll just make some porridge. That's fine. Lesson being, you should bed rot. So bring about productivity. I think you mean it works for me. Listen. If the migraine, I'm not kidding. I am not functioning at all. I struggle to just breathe when I have an endometriosis episode in combination with a migraine. So all I can do is be in my head, and it's not a fun place to be there. There's lots of reasons why I prefer to read a book instead of stay in my own head. So that entire time, all I can think about is all the things I want to be doing. I want to be reading. I want to be streaming. There's projects I'm working on in the background, and I'm not even talking about the things that I have to cancel during these times. So for me, being forced to not be productive is a good motivator to be productive. But that doesn't work for everyone. I wouldn't recommend it. Work from home is actually a bit more struggle coming back to work. First year I'm working from home full time after vacation. Oh God, but then yeah, I can imagine. Um, so you could use a little bit of accountability as well, which is really what this is for me a lot of the time. I have to give a good example, don't you think? Hi, Full Truth. How are you doing? I think a lot of people work from home in this chat. I like that. How can you hate a sun while you are? Maybe that's it, Full Truth. No, I'm not the sun. I'm the moon, if anything. I don't. I just don't like. It's too bright. I kind of want to cry because I was promised this week was supposed to be cozy, not hell. So I'm upset. I'm upset. I wanted to. I wanted to go outside to get some groceries. Let me explain why it's not really the end of the world if I don't go. I think I have everything I need, but I currently don't have flowers in my house, and I almost always have flowers for myself in the middle of the living room because it makes me feel happy, and I don't know, it brings a little bit of color in the house, and it's just something I've done for a long time, and that's a bit upsetting that I don't think it's worth it to go out because I'm afraid I will get a migraine again. Like I said, I'm not out of the danger zone exactly with my head. You can be there, Ox. Oh, thank you for the hydrateful truth. When I'm here, working from home. Otherwise, I needed to be in the office for something likely far less fun. One of the good things that came out of the COVID is that a lot more people can work from home now. I think that is a good thing that we were shown that there's another way to work, and not everyone is built to go to an office or at least full time. I couldn't do it. I did. I did a summer in an attorney's office, helping them digitizing the cases, which was super interesting. I just didn't like the environment, and the people were odd. Attorneys are odd people. At least I didn't really connect with them, but I was a teen and I really didn't know what my damage was. So could have been me, probably me. You work at a university. I love that. I love that. It's kind of a dream. I mean, if you are a researcher, as Ox is asking, that is actually the dream. And you know what? I mean, I would only in winter. You know how in movies you have these cinematic scenes, right? Just the images of like landscapes and sunsets and stuff. Someone has to search for those locations. That is kind of a really amazing job. That would be a dream job if I had any inclination to actually, be away from home a lot, which I'm not. So I want to know someone who does that for a job, though. I want to know what it's like. What is it like to be like a location scouter for Lord of the Rings, for example? I don't know. Sounds very, very exciting. You're not built for office life either, Riku? Yeah, no. I mean, I guess there are people who are built for that and who enjoy it. I imagine it's probably a fun place for extroverts, but anyone who is introverted, it's just not ideal. Not to mention the lighting. Oh no. Forced breaks? No. No, 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 no. Hey, wait, a pen tester? Wait, what? Oh, Ox. That's why I didn't read it. Or it didn't ring a bell. I own a toys business shop and a kindergarten, nothing fancy. Are you kidding? Full truth. Is that a truth? It's also still easier to focus on the answer for me, but it's getting better. Yeah, this is interesting. I've heard this from more people, Erin and Swash. Or wait, was it Swash? No, Bowden. That people miss the people. That's kind of the thing that I wouldn't miss and don't. I really struggle. I struggle with socializing in settings like that. You know. Yeah, exactly. Really? You don't move as much? Don't leave your house anymore. It's just not a good situation. Yeah. I've been walking my cat, which sounds silly. But I have an orange cat who wants to go outside, but wouldn't be able to go outside on his own because he doesn't have survival skills. He doesn't notice danger, and when he sees like a bug, he will yeet himself into bushes and get stuck in branches. How do I know this? Because it happens. And the only reason he doesn't get stuck in a tree is because I don't allow him to get stuck in a tree. What I'm trying to say is, I do this in the early morning hours because I want to avoid dogs. That's a completely different story. But like before 7 a.m. Now you don't have to be as crazy as I am and wake up at 5 to walk your cat in the morning. But what I have noticed is that even when I'm really really tired and a little bit grumpy, not including when I'm like physically sick because that's not fair. But when I'm reasonably healthy, going for a walk first thing in the morning is really nice. And I bet just 20 minutes, just walking would be not just good for your physical but your mental health. I really feel like it's doing something for my brain. Rubber mats with weird shapes on it. They're supposed to be comfortable to stand on to keep you moving. Practice mountain pose when you're standing. I've heard about these. You can also just get banana shoes, or that's what I call them. The shoes with the weird soles that make you move. I don't know about them, but apparently they help. But yeah, if you go on a morning walk, even if it's just 10 or 20 minutes, it adds up during the week, and it's good for your sleep hygiene to have the blue light in the morning because the light is blue in the bluer at least in the morning usually, and for the same reason you could do it in the evening. Technically, the red light of a sunset is helpful to sleep, but in summer that is a bit complicated, of course. Kept Walking at 5 years sounds like the name of an experiment jazz album. It is. Don't call me out. No, it's yeah. I don't know. Um, I love it. I love it. I don't need my alarm anymore because Winston will come wake me up before my alarm goes off. Every once in a while, he gets confused and he starts yapping at 4, which is unfortunate. But I'm assuming that won't be your problem. I go to the shipyard at 4 a.m. It's the same thing to upload the containers for my shower. Oh my god. That is, I mean, yeah, okay, full truth. That's a, see, in that case, I would say go for a walk after dinner. Um, in order to not overeat, which is not good for your body, it's not good for your mental health. It's just overeating is not okay. Too much is never okay. But there are certain meals where that I kind of eat myself sick with, like macaroni. I don't know what it is about it, but I will just keep shoving it in my mouth. Maybe because that's one of those meals that you can just shove in your mouth. I love meals that you just need a spoon for. Okay. But in order to make sure that I don't eat myself sick anymore, like physically, it's not good. Don't do it. I make sure that I am able to do the dishes. If I start feeling like I can't do the dishes anymore, I need to, calm the fuck down. You don't have to do the dishes, but you could maybe tell yourself to go have a walk after dinner. It's good for your digestion. If the days aren't 24/7 and the sun never sets, then it will help you fall asleep better, and it will give you some built-in movement. The seagulls and the ships. What? Oh, I would love that. Full truth, I would love that. Wait, what do you say, Aaron? Oh yeah, yeah. That's so interesting. That's so interesting. I kind of want to read more about um, the technical side of introverts and extroverts because I know a little bit about it, but you're curious to see the same responses to why people miss being at the office. It's interesting. Oh, you agree about it? Macaroni is one of those meals you can definitely eat forever and never realize you're giving it. And then suddenly you're just, bursting, and it's not a nice feeling. You take away from the enjoyment. And macaroni especially is one of those meals that I'll eat myself sick. I'll be upset and be like, I can't move now. This isn't fun. And the moment it shifts a little bit and there's a little bit more room, you're like, you know what? I could eat a few more bites, maybe just a few more. Oh no. the Yes, you did. Wait, you did. I got a follow-up check. I can finally drive. Congratulations. It took a week before you could wait. Well, you weren't blind the entire time, I'm assuming. Wait, what? You love meals? You just what? Did I hear? No, screw. What? Ox, I don't know where you're jumping from. It's funny in pen testing when they tried to get people back into the office, all the introvert weird pen testers were against it, but the extrovert sales teams all wanted. Yes, exactly. This is what I had in my mind. Like I could see, I very, very, for a very short period of time, I worked in a call center. Oh no. What a nightmare. But I can still see the guy, like, not exactly across from me, but to the side. He wouldn't even sit down. He was so excited, and he had, I think, 20 sales an hour. It was ridiculous, but he was just made for that job. But I don't like it. I don't like, no, having to make serious phone calls, like having to adult. I'm a millennial. Come on, I don't do that. I'll never eat another macaroni again. 5 minutes later. Exactly, Bodin. And every time. I never learn. I don't know what's wrong with me. Oh, sunglasses. Oh, you were you were the person who was wearing sunglasses inside. Ah, you're so brave. I don't know. It's your eyes. It's so important. Is it single macaroni and macaron? My brain is glitching. I have a tiny little bit of Italian, and my brain is like, I don't know. 404, 404. That's a good one, Swash. I would genuinely leave my job if they wanted me in the office nowadays. Yeah, I wouldn't, I just physically couldn't. I would burn out. But like I said, that's why the pandemic wasn't necessarily all bad. Yes, it was all bad, but there are a few things that came out of it. Like the realization that office jobs can be done from home. We have internet these days. We can make it. We can make it work. And I feel like it shouldn't be forced upon people to work on the office or from home, for that matter. I feel like if we are claiming to be civilized and removed from the animal kingdom, then we should behave like it and adjust and take care of each other, keep each other in mind. That's what we're able to do, right? That's what we got our brains for, our frontal lobe and stuff. I don't want to learn. What do you wait? What? Oh, about the macaroni. You might be right. You might be right. It's so good. It's so good though. It's supposed to be a month of rigid routine and eye drops and no swimming pools. I mean, I wear contacts, so I don't think that's not hard. If it gives you vision. Oh, there are 3 months for full sharpness of the vision. 3 months? Can you read like a book? Because you can adjust your screen, right? You can make your letters 5,000% if you want, but oh no. Oh, sleeping for 4 days, full truth. Even though the reason may not have been ideal, I could go for 4 days of sleep, like actual sleep, not painkiller induced trauma, brain pain sleep. Oh man, sounds great. I think that taking a pandemic spirit made lots of changes, and some of them were good and rational. Others, not so much. Yeah, so yeah. No, I think I mean, as everything, there's good and bad, but we have to actively look for good things when bad things happen. And I personally thought it was extremely fascinating to see the response of forced vacation on people. I don't know about you, but because I was at home, I was being in the process of reintegration after being at home with a burnout for 5 years, and people would bully me for being dependent on the government and having a vacation all the time, and that kind of stuff. It's really talked down upon in the Netherlands if you're not able to work for whatever reason, even if you are like physically, visibly unable to, people will still talk bad about you. And suddenly, these people who said I had it so easy, being burnt out at home, were crying that they wanted to go to work. What do you mean? This is a vacation. Make use of it. Wasn't it easy to be at home? And I watched it unfold, and personally, I wasn't having a good time. But intellectually, I'm still looking forward to the literature that is supposed to come out on the psychological effects that it had, both negative and positive, on the human brain. At the not just how do I say, the supposed isolation, but children who grew up in a very contained space. I'm just curious, I thought it was a fascinating time, and I thought that it was really overflowing with lessons for ourselves and as a society, but I don't feel like we made the most of it. There was a lot of complaining, which on its own is also interesting. Just to look for it. Whoa, what are you saying? I have taken extra precautions to add an extra protection for the Coerna layer? I feel like I say that wrong, and the doctor had removed it today, so, oh no. Oh my god, this sounds like a nightmare. I think I'm missing something. Sleeping pills, I see. They don't work on me. I can read now off the phone. That's where people have more than one baby. Like, we forget that, yeah, we do about it. Oh, wait, is it traumatic or is it just, annoying? I think macaroni is like fish. One fish is fish, lots of fish isn't fishes. It's not macaroni. Oh, about the macaroni. You may be right. Oh, it jumped down. Okay, hold on. I think I got everything. If I missed your comment, I'm so sorry. I'm trying. I got to burn out so bad during the pandemic, but was also at the peak of my PhD. Ooh, that's also super interesting. How some people got into burnout through the pandemic, while others actually started blossoming. I am fascinated. It's just morbid curiosity. I'm so sorry that happened, especially during such an important time, Swash. I hope you're feeling better now. I know it can take a while. It took me 5 years. It was my second burnout, so I have to be careful that I don't actually fall into one again, because it says, and I have experienced that they do get worse over time if you're not careful, which makes sense because you're abusing your body really, and you should calm down. But I hope you're better now, and you found a little bit more stability, Swash. Thank you for the follow, Bodin. Welcome. I vaguely remember I was like, Australia was like shutting down cities. Like this week, no access to Sydney. Next week, Adelaide is off limits. I thoroughly enjoyed the pandemic. Lots of stuff was happening online. I went to loads of conferences, hung out with cool people in VR. no expectations to leave the house. 10 out of 10 would happily go through again. Can we do another, please? My life didn't even change. That was the worst part. I already didn't go out. I already didn't socialize outside of online spheres. Life was really the same, which was why, for me, when I make it personal, it was really hurtful that people who were really bullying me, I'm not saying that lightly, bullying me for having a burnout and having it so easy being at home all the time, were crying that they had to stay home for a few weeks while I had already been home for years. That was but my life didn't change, like, at all. It's, I was doing except that I felt that there was a lot of pain. I had lost my safe space online because previously I would watch Jenna Marbles pretty much every day. She helped me eat, for example, which is something I have trouble with, especially when I'm stressed. And she canceled herself. Even though I will die on this hill, she is the last person who deserved to be canceled. But alas, I lost that space. So the only thing that changed was that I decided to, instead of, because I was working on other projects, to reintegrate, I decided to not try that route anymore, which was basically, I wanted to start writing for an actual company and not freelance. I started streaming. That's what happened during the pandemic. But otherwise, nothing changed. Nothing. I'm better, but not the same. But who is after it all? You're not supposed to be the same, Swash, when things happen. You're supposed to change. If you don't change when things happen around you, you're stuck. You don't want to be stuck. I don't think it's healthy for your brain to ever stop changing. Even if it's just small changes here and there. You don't want to grow old and bitter and become stuck in your own brain. Do you? And good and bad are just words that we use, that we humans put into practice, really. Something like the pandemic, for example, as bad as it was, there's good things in there as well. I'm sorry to hear that, Riku. It's not. I feel that, haha. Let me just say that. It definitely made me more introverted, made me realize that. You what? Yo, you loved it and actually didn't care much for pubbing and clubbing, and that all my IRL life mates were idiots. It helped me unmask. Even though I had been aware of having autism for years at that point, the spheres that I moved in didn't allow me to actually unmask. It just the wrong people. I was hanging out with the wrong people. And that stuck with me for a long time. And then the pandemic came around. It really forced me to just be normal, in my terms, right? Because masking isn't normal. It's not my normal behavior, at least. I've become more weird, not necessarily more introverted, just more weird. I think you're right, but it's hard not to mourn and miss and idealize the old you. But that's not bad either, Swish. Those things are all part of the human experience, and they're important. What did Ox say just now? And it's the kind of the same thing. These things, these supposedly negative things, mourning and missing and negative, what we would tag as negative. These things teach you what you don't want or what you do want, and thus should try to get back into your life. Your emotions and the way you perceive and experience things are all guidelines, and they're only bad if you let them be. Does it make sense? You think it's ironic that the pandemic helped me unmask? I don't think so much. I've heard a lot of autistic people talk about it. Women mostly, because in my generation there's a lot of late diagnosed autistic people. So the masking is intense for women who are in the same position. And because there were, for a lot of people, moments where they realized that the people they were hanging out with and friends with maybe weren't really aligned with their own morals and principles, or just, general feelings of happiness, um, kind of forced you in a denser isolation than people like me already were experiencing. Because when you're masking, you're not really connecting in a genuine way. You are connecting maybe with everything you've got, but the person that you're trying to connect with isn't connecting with you. And if they're also not helping you or allowing you to unmask, you will continue to mask. So being shown through the pandemic who people really were and how I was treated by some of them, or how they treated other people, which I will not and never will stand for, no matter who you are, it kind of left room for me to just be myself, because things were very intense, weren't they? They were either, you were either for or against, and you can fill in the blank in between. So because of these extremes, it actually gave a lot of room for a breath, for me at least. And I've talked to, I've listened to some conversations between people with autism who are late diagnosed and female like me, who said the exact same thing. So at the use of the phrase unmask about the pandemic, I fully understand why you mean despite the burnout it was like this. Same for me. I think we all kind of got the opportunity to get to know ourselves a little better, and not everyone responded well to it, which I completely understand. If there's one thing we can all agree on, is that probably all agree on, is that schools are really lacking, or at least they used to, I'm not sure how they're right now, in how to in teaching kids to regulate. So I can imagine that there were a lot of people who were really not amused, and I hope they're okay. I hope they're okay. Don't take it too far. What? Wait. Ain't nothing changed for me. I still do what I usually do: stay at home, read books, saying to myself. And there's nothing wrong with that, Riku. I do the exact same thing every day. Why are you saying sorry? Full truth. Don't say sorry. Oh, hi, John. Hi. Where are you going? How are you doing? I'm missing everything. Contemplate this, or if experience bad makes you realize good, then experience real trauma. The smallest thing will bring you joy. If we take this to the logical conclusion, you should experience the worst things, or like unalive your parents or something. Or, I don't know, you read a book and you actively try to learn from the characters, both the ones you like and the ones you don't like, both the ones that are supposed to be the good guys and the bad guys. You don't have to experience the worst thing to feel the best thing. You can use your imagination. Your brain doesn't know the difference between real and fake, right? It wasn't there. I'm not sure. I saw a segment somewhere where they made brain scans of people who were shown an actual milkshake and a fake milkshake, and the same places in the brain lit up, meaning the brain didn't know the difference between the real one and the fake one. So really, if you practice a lot, and if you do your best, you can actually learn from other people. So pick up a book, or if that's too much, listen to one, or what an age to be alive, watch a movie. And not one that is made to dumb you down, but a slice of life that is confronting and talking about stuff that you may never experience but would be helpful to know about. Like, I don't know, mental health issues that are not really something that you have in your family, but are really prevalent all over the world. If you keep your eyes open, and if you want to learn, you can learn from everything and anything. It's not better, but it's I mean better. You're right, Ox. I completely agree. I completely agree with how you're putting it into words here. I've seen it happen. The people who didn't have really, who were very sheltered and safe, during their life. As much as I envy that, I also worry about what that means for just what I would consider, from my perspective, small bumps in life. While I freak out over stupid things, I sometimes worry about people who are very sheltered. It goes both ways, right? I would like a brain scan of when I stand and watch the native bees go from blossom to blossom on my melon plants. I know I can stand there for long periods of time. I love bees. I love bees. They're my favorite. There's so many kinds as well. There are a lot more. There's a lot more diversity in bees than I realized. Our eyes are chaos. I love that, John. I love that. You know what? I just realized that I'm putting myself down. Maybe objectively, yeah, it's true. What I said is probably better. Wow, I'm talking myself down. I'm so sorry. Objectively, it's really hard for me to talk myself up or to admit that I'm right, because I got punished if I was as a kid. Whoa. Um, Objectively, yes. I just don't want to. I don't want to take the credit, because I'm an accumulation of all the books that I read, so I don't want to take the credit. Is that okay? Uh, stories stories are important. Stories are the best way to learn. I'll end with this because I need to go. The Island of Missing Trees is a very pretty example of a story that teaches you almost too much. It is based around historical facts. So you might learn about the history of Cyprus and the tension between Greeks and Turks, which I didn't realize. But at the same time, you're getting lessons on grief and letting go and communication. So after reading this, because I am trying to, I'm not just escaping, I'm also trying to read between the lines and remembering the history, looking things up if I'm not sure what is happening. You can learn. You can live with a thousand lives with books. You don't have to waste your one life learning all the lessons when there's been billions of people before you who went through the same. And we should use that knowledge. We don't have to reinvent the wheel every day, right? I gotta go too, Oxo. That's great timing. Um, Many scientific articles are just a collection of others learn. Yeah, but exactly. And books are great. But if that's too much, if you wanna learn and become a person with a vast experience of life, you can learn through movies, you can learn through books, you can learn through podcasts, everywhere. Your colleague that you don't like, you can learn what you don't want to do, who you don't want to be. The colleague that you do like, you can follow their example. All right, I'm going to close the curtains. It was supposed to be cloudy for at least 3 hours. It's not. There is still sun. I am going to do a rain dance. Actually, I would love to do that. I wish it worked. No, I have to go, Riku. I'm so sorry. I have to go. My eyes are hurting. I'll be back tomorrow. Look at the schedule to see what that means for you. Thank you for being with me today. I will try to continue the book and finish it before, well, not tomorrow, but at least for Sunday, so we can talk about it a little bit more without breaks. Take care of yourself, okay? I'm sorry, Riku. I'll be back tomorrow, okay? Yeah, thank you for being here. It was a comfort to go through this first. Now I know what I'm gonna be in for, but I needed you today. Tomorrow we'll do something else. We'll see. I love you. Take care of yourself. Don't forget to drink water. I'm glad you found your way here too, Budden. All right. See you very soon. Bye-bye.